Hello and welcome to Phase 1 of celebrating this game's 10th anniversary, doing a Collectibles and Showcase playthrough. Hey there AC! Hello there. How's things? Hey AJ! Good morning to you as well. How's it going? Hey Mr. Goatee! How's things? Killer whales have recently started attacking boats, please. Fear. It's organized crime. Nice one, dude. Thanks for redeeming the Arnie impression for that. Can't wait for the podcast. Which podcast? So what are we doing for this playthrough? What we are doing is this. We're going to be collecting all the journal entries, all the documents, the map fragments, the newspapers, the missing person posters, listening to audio tapes, showcasing character models, reading the bios, and looking at the game environments as we go through. So there might be some things that I miss, because I'm not one of those fans of this game that knows absolutely every single little tiny thing about the game and knows all the Easter eggs and all that kind of stuff. So I'm just going to go with basically collecting stuff and reading what's there and actually just, taking in the environments and having a look around some of the creepy stuff. Mr. Godet, can't wait to watch this game. It's definitely a great one. It really is. Yeah, I really do like this game a lot. Hey there, Stan. Is this the Resident Evil Within? It is. Yes. Indeed. Creative director was actually Shinji Mikami, who was the creative director on Resident Evil 1, the original, and Resident Evil 4, the original. Have to say the original now, since there's remakes of both. Okay, so we're not going to be doing any sort of challenge or anything like that with this playthrough. Just want to make sure that I've got the audio as I want it. Cool. I don't like to have the letterbox on. Title show. There we go. Alright. New game. That's all good. Brightness. It's all good. Okay. So we're just going to be playing on... I think it'll be better... No, I'll just stick with survival. I'll just stick with normal. Mr. Goatee, waiting for an Outbreak or a Code Veronica remake. You want that level in the prison back where you put your gun away in order to move around it. Yeah, you never know. Probably won't get an Outbreak remake. But Code Veronica needs a remake.
All units, 1199, expedite cover code 3, Beacon Mental Hospital.
184 copy, code 3, ETA 3 minutes.
Copy 184.
Sorry, detectives. I know you're just coming off a case, but I'm afraid we're gonna have to make a detour.
Sounds serious. Is it a riot?
A call went out just before I picked you up. Said it was multiple homicides. Half a dozen units already on scene.
131, please advise.
Hey, maybe it's the ghost of that doctor who went schizo and chopped up all those patients.
That's not what happened. Some patients disappeared. Some kind of scandal?
Still, gives you the creeps, doesn't it?
127, 124, please respond.
Joseph, you think there's a connection?
It's a possibility. I believe the records were sealed.
Anyone on scene, respond.
Dispatch, this is Detective Castellanos in 184. What's the situation? Over.
184, be advised. Some problem reaching owners on the Beacon Memorial.
Is there any...
God damn it! Jesus!
Junior Detective Kidman. Any thoughts?
Nothing yet. I'm sure we'll know everything once we get there.
What do you make of it?
Connolly, contact dispatch and let them know what's happening. Joseph, Kidman, you're with me. We're gonna have a look around.
Right.
Mr. Goethe, you actually still have your physical copy of that game? Oh, very good. That's cool. Yeah, I've still got physical copies of a lot of games, but I don't play the physical versions anymore. Like, I've still got the physical copies of games like Assassin's Creed 1 and 2 and Brotherhood and Revelations and 3, but I don't play the console version. Like, I don't play the physical versions anymore. So here we have Chapter 1. An emergency call. So, Yuri Lowenthal plays Joseph, Anson Mount plays Sebastian, and Jennifer Carpenter plays Julie. Before this game, the games that I had heard Yuri Lowenthal in, that I knew of him as him in, were The Prince of Persia, Sands of Time, the original, and also Prince of Persia, The Two Thrones, as well as The Forgotten Sands as well. But obviously he's done a lot of other stuff in most recent years. Spider-Man has been his most popular one. The first thing that I saw Anson Mount in, or experienced his performance in, was this, actually. But I do know that he was in, what was that movie? Doctor Strange 2, I think. He was in it as Black Bolt, the guy who, if he even whispers, it can destroy things. And Jennifer Carpenter, I first saw her in the horror movie The Exorcism of Emily Rose, as well. We have Jacket. We have we have Jacket wearing Sebastian. We have Sebastian wearing this jacket. Now I don't know if I can actually access it from here. I can't, no. But yeah. There is a character model showing his jacket and actually some text about it. But what I might do is, after the end of each chapter, read information about the things that we saw in the previous chapter, like enemies and all this kind of stuff. Stan, who is this Jack It you were mentioning? Well, Jack It is very popular. A lot of people know Jack It. So, Beacon Mental Hospital. I like the name of it. Beacon. So there's a lot of elements of this that we'll see throughout the game in different forms. So part of this playthrough is just basically looking at the environments. Just having a look around and taking them in. I like how the light went out for that when we got near it. Or something changed. What I like about this game to the introduction is just the lead-in to it. And the thing about horror games and movies is sometimes part of creating a great first impression is having a really good lead-in to what is going to be experienced. Everything on the outside here looks pretty normal. But that's definitely not what's going on inside. Alright, so I think because I was back there was some dialogue that we missed, so we'll just restart the chapter.
There are no weapons left in their cars. No blood or shell casings out here.
Hey there, Thomas. Welcome on in. How's it going? Lidus, Akuma mode? You mean Akumu? I mean, whatever. Yeah, definitely not playing it on Akuma mode. Lidus, I'll be here all year, if I was to. I'm doing well, thanks, dude. How about yourself? You going well? That's excellent. That's good to hear, dude. We're just about to go into the mental hospital. You forgot about caps lock after that. That's all good, dude. That's no worries at all. Just doing a playthrough where I'm going to be collecting everything, but also stopping and taking in the environments and stuff like that. And also reading everything.
Smells like blood.
All right, stay sharp. We're gonna check it out. Don't let anyone else through this door.
I can be an extra set of eyes.
We don't know what's happening here. You're a backup.
Doesn't this look like a lovely place to be? As I was saying. As I was saying before, on the outside everything looked normal, but once we get in, even just in the foyer here. Thank you, Joseph. Joseph, I'm trying to do a commentary. Stop interrupting me with your dialogue. Joseph is annoying me already in this playthrough.
All units.
Just out of curiosity, I'll see if we follow Julie this time around the center there, if she says anything. Because I only heard what Joseph said.
What do you see, Kidman?
Rain is gonna wash away any evidence.
Now that was cool. So if you don't follow Julie around this side, you don't get that conversation between the two of them. Nice. I'm also going to try and get as much dialogue as possible as well. But the reason I'm redoing this part again is so I can get that dialogue from Joseph without me talking over the top of him.
Smells like blood.
All right, stay sharp. We're gonna check it out. Don't let anyone else through this door.
I can be an extra set of eyes.
We don't know what's happening here. You're a backup.
Did you hear something? Someone alive in here.
Modern gardening. 10 tips for growing something flowers. Great flowers, probably.
Are you injured? What happened here?
Can't be real. Impossible. Ruvik is...
I've got him. The security cameras might tell us something.
Whoops, I forgot to put the link to his IMDb. There we go. Hey there, Dyson. Good evening to you. Hope it's going well. Thomas, let's see on security cameras what Anakin did. Yeah, it's quite brutal what we see Ruvik having done. Before we do that, though, I want to have a look around here, this section. Dyson, never finished this, but you liked the idea and the settings and that? Oh, cool. Yeah. There's two... Well, I mean, the second game I like, but I prefer this one. This one has a gritty feel to it. I like to compare this to the original Japanese version of The Ring. The remake of The Ring is great, but it's too polished. I like the rough around the edges look of the original Ring, and so with this game, I like the original rough around the edges kind of look. Whereas the sequel is more like the remake of The Ring, where it is still good, but it's a lot more polished visually, and I feel that sort of takes away from the grittiness of this first one. There are some moments in the second one where it returns to that, but that's mainly when they're reiterating locations from this game and stuff. You're big on noir and horror? Oh, very cool, Dyson. That's good. Yeah, my actual favorite genre is horror. But I don't really play a lot of horror games because there's already a lot of other streamers on Twitch that cover that. I feel like I wouldn't really be adding anything, especially to games like Silent Hill and that. Like, don't get me wrong, I like to stream them and stuff, but I couldn't make my channel about horror only. Dyson, right to exaggerate. It's almost like watching a found footage versus a big Hollywood take of the same thing. Exactly, Dyson, yeah. Yeah, that's a good comparison to it. Fair, you only stream games that have 0 viewers. Oh, that's definitely understandable too, you know. Because also, it's a good way to get people to look at a game that they might not have known about. Indeed, Thomas. Classic music enjoyer. I can't remember what the name of this track is. When I look at the official soundtrack for this game, it's not actually on it.
How is my wallet like an onion? Every time I open it, I cry.
Hey, Dr. Darling. I know what that's like. Thanks for redeeming that as a Bane impression. The evil was hiding within. It always is. When you look in the mirror, you can see it. Like, seriously, look right now, you'll see it. This part reminds you of the butcher in Arkham Knight. Oh, yeah. Definitely a lot of butchering going on here. Dr. Darling, the murder investigations, can't remember his name. Oh yeah, the Mr. Pig. Yeah, it's not coming up with the name for this music, it's just coming up with Claire de Lune, which is not this music. It's like, come on, internet, give me a hand here, jeez. Like, doesn't have any of this, and I don't even know what the composer's name would be of this classical music. I don't know if it's Beethoven or who it might be. Yeah, the only classical music that is mentioned in the soundtrack is the one that plays when you look in the mirror. Let me see. I've heard this song before in the movie Seven, so I'll see if I can find out the soundtrack of it there. There we go. I think I finally found it. Okay, so it's by Bach. Hang on. The 1962 version. Damn it. Stuttgarter. Let me have a look. This person's name. Oh yeah, so German conductor in European classical music. But what is his thing called? J.S. Bach. Yeah, I don't know who the original composer of this music is. Anyway, I'll link to this, but I don't know who the original artist is, but this current music that's playing here thank you, Thomas. So, Johann Sebastian Bach, Air on A G string, Sadist Lair. Excellent. Thank you so much for that. Alright, now I'll find a version of it to link in chat. Thanks for your help there, Thomas. Muchly appreciated. There we go. So there's a link to this song on its own. So yeah, Johann Sebastian Bach was the composer of this music. Thomas Rod, all you have to do is go to the guy and ask. This is true. He should know. Like, I'm sure that he knows so much stuff. He knows more than Google. Dr. Darling, it sounds familiar. Yeah. Yeah, the only other thing I've seen it in is 7. Hey there, Lucas. How's things going? Thomas, it's a fitting YouTube title. Bach made music for situations like this. Yeah, in the movie 7, it gets played in the scene where Somerset is doing research on Dante's Inferno and all that kind of stuff. And the security guards are actually playing a game of poker, and they start to play this music while they're playing poker. Ordinary keys. In an ordinary basement. A key ring found in the mental hospital basement. These were in use long before the hospital's modern security system was put in. While he moves away again, just want to give a little bit of a look at this little area that he's in. While I can. Just do a quick little bit of a showcase. Alright, so just having a look at something to help me with this. I am using guides to help me with the collectibles because I want to make sure I don't miss anything. Thomas' background sounds so Skyrim-like, does it? Oh yeah. Got his chainsaws. He's got a motherfucking chainsaw. He'll skin your ass raw. Now, if you notice, this tripwire is here. But even though you might be able to see the tripwire, the game treats Sebastian as if he doesn't see it. And so this is unavoidable. There's no way you can stop the alarm from going off. There's no way you can disable this particular trap. But later in the game, Sebastian can. But yeah, we have to walk through this. What a nice ride. Can we do that again? Do you mind, dead body? I'm trying to get out of here. Dead bodies. Gee, they're so inconsiderate. Dr. Darling, you need to play this game. It's on your Epic library, but you haven't played any of the ones in it. Oh, you haven't? That's fair enough. I like the look of the smoke and everything coming off of that. Yeah, 50 plus games you got for free, including the latest Tomb Raider trilogy with the DLCs. Well, that's cool that you got them for free.
Where's the exit?
Old note from sewer. Beside the lock gate at the far end of the sewer there is a ladder which would take you to the old ward. If you could make it through there, you would find an elevator leading outside. You would be the one who escaped. You might be the one who survived. Ah. It'd be so funny if you could make Sebastian say shit, shit, with every single locked door in the game. Aw, I was kind of secretly hoping that they would have done that, but it seems like there's only one part in the game where you can make that happen. Boiler room note, 1300. STEM system operation test begins. 1315. Success. Confirmation of brainwave synchronization. Losses minimal. Continuing experiment. Agent collects the data. 1330. Anomaly occurs. Not with the subject. The stenographer claimed they weren't feeling well and then fell into a coma for reasons unknown. Doctor orders the STEM system terminated. 1345. Staff begin complaining of nausea and falling unconscious one after another. Those who can still move plan their escape from the hospital, but for unknown reasons are unable to. Though the STEM system should have been deactivated, subjects maintain brain-wave synchronization with the host. 1400. That man appeared. That man, I assume, would be referring to Ruvik. Look out, somebody's coming. I think he's angry. Thomas. I'd be angry too if my food is jumping out of the refrigerator. Yeah, it's like, come on, what are you doing? Hungry.
Can't let him see me. Shit.
This is one way to showcase the room a bit. There we go. That's the danger of showcasing the environment. Trying to show as much as I can, when I can. If you're watching... If you don't like players dying in games, this definitely won't be the stream for people to watch, because there'll be a lot of that happening. Thomas Rod is the only one who would admire his killer's decorations. Yeah. As while getting killed. That's a good ceiling. I like the paint job you did on it. Hey there, Bear Suit. How's things going, dude? Bearsuit is going well for me, thanks. How about you? Oh, that's excellent, dude. Glad to hear that. And as for me, it's going good. I'm having a good Friday today. Friday and in the evening is definitely a great time for horror games. In fact, I was thinking next year maybe I might do a day that's dedicated just to horror games in the schedule. Thomas like Luigi's Mansion 3. I haven't even played the first one, Thomas. I mean, there's a lot of Nintendo games I would love to actually stream, but I don't have the ability to at the moment. Just their retro stuff, mainly, on emulators. Thomas, you neither? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'd be curious to play one of the Luigi's Mansion games. And if we look on our right here, we see a cabinet giving a tour of Beacon Mental Hospital as we're trying to avoid a killer with a chainsaw. Thomas, you only played 3 and it was so scary, was it? It's so funny to me having a game like that be scary. Because, I mean, maybe it is, but I sort of like think that it'd probably be on the level of Scooby-Doo type horror stuff. No, you're joking, it's horror comedy for kids. Yeah, I thought so. But in seriousness, I don't actually get scared by horror stuff. That's why you don't hear me go, whenever I'm playing a horror game. Or anything like that. I mean, I could, but I'd be putting it on. I don't want to be fake. Oh, you son of a bitch. Alright, the tour of that part's over. Look at the paint peeling off the roof there. Now this I didn't know. He stops actually chasing after you once you get into this spot. Cool. Thomas, yes, Scooby-Doo. I remember watching that a lot growing up. I actually had one of their movies, Scooby-Doo Meets the Addams Family. I always remember that one. It's so funny. What's funny, there actually is a movie called The Evil Within. It came out in 2017. It's nothing to do with this game, though, but it's called The Evil Within. I'll just provide a link to the IMDb for it, just for shits and giggles. There we go. Like, so man, you remember this asshole chasing you? Or like, what the fuck? I got no weapons. How am I supposed to defend myself and escape this creep? He gave you Nemesis-like vibes. You were like, yeah, but I had weapons to fight off the jerk with. That is true. Yeah, you had that in the Resident Evil games. And When I first saw a bit of this game, I thought it was just going to be like a survival horror game without weapons. But that's only because I just saw that part of it with this guy. I like that. The game didn't like me trying to give a different camera angle during the chase. I wanted to see if I could keep the camera in front of Sebastian, but the game was like, no. You think Bethesda would have copyrighted the title? You would have thought so, you know. I mean, an evil within, there's evil within, you know. They could have done so many different things with the title. But it's, wow, the door smacked Sebastian in the back, and yet he's standing strong. Oh, absolutely. Takes a lot to put Seb down. Not even Joseph can put him down. Bethesda is the publisher, yeah. Yeah, and the studio behind this got shut down recently too, Tango Gameworks.
Find myself within darkness twisting me around. There is nothing I can do. And this world doesn't spin. It just turns itself around and around. The night chokes tight in the noose.
Alright, so that song that we heard was called A Long Way Down. Tango Works own the title, doesn't it? The game is called Psycho Break in Japan. That is true. Yeah. In Japan, Army of Darkness is called Captain Supermarket. Microsoft has become the new EA, buying off studios and shutting them down. That's what you're supposed to do, though, isn't it, right? You're supposed to buy all the studios and shut them down? But yeah, it is frustrating when that happens, because a lot of the time, certain games and franchises, or games that could become franchises, just go down with it. Yeah, it's a great song, Thomas, that one. It's very low-key. Like, you don't think it's fair, to be honest. No, definitely not. Not for the people who lose their jobs over it. Okay, so we're in chapter 2 now. No, we're not. We're still in the same chapter. So here's the elevator. It's a great elevator, this one. I've used it myself thousands of times. Just kidding, I haven't. But I'm sure this elevator is based on a real life one. Like, those studios were amazing. Like, let's go back to the PS2, Xbox, GameCube era. Those studios were amazing. Brought shitload of awesome games. This is true. It's the way of companies, though. Like, there's so many things that just don't happen now because certain companies bought out another company that was doing the thing, and then the new company decides to do different things. Great story, great gameplay. Some were jank, but some were awesome. But then studios fucked them up. Yeah. I will say, though, I'm not one of these people that feels like games stopped being good in general. Like, I mean, I'm not one of these people that thinks that there aren't any good games anymore. But there's certain games in certain eras that we'll never see again. And even if we do, they won't be done in the same way that they were done before. It's very hard to emulate some of that stuff sometimes. Thomas, elevators are fake. There are no elevators. Always use the stairs. Why? Why, Thomas? That'd be like having teleportation technology but only wanting to travel by air for hours and hours. Lotus, where money is involved, how to get more money in the investors' pockets than theirs, obviously. Well, this is true. Hey there, Raid. There are no elevators, only Zool. This is true, Raid. Only Zool. It gets pretty hectic after this point. I do believe that one of these windows we see here is used in one of the loading screens. Right, maybe that's why they took the stairs. That could be it. They were like, there are no elevators, only Zool. So there's no stairs at all.
Where's Joseph? Man, I'm sorry, but you never came out. I'd waited, but...
Please, settle down, Leslie.
Settle down, Leslie. Settle down, Leslie. Settle down, Leslie.
Shit! There's no going back.
Damn it. Are we cut off from everyone?
Everyone must be dead.
Everyone all right back there?
Just a few bumps. We're fine.
Fine. Fine. Fine.
We will be once we're far away.
Fine.
A little further and we'll be fine.
Fine. Fine. Fine. Fine. Fine. Fine. Fine.
Fall! Fall!
Look out!
Fall! Fall! Fall!
Thomas, this is what happens when you believe in elevators. The entire city just starts to crumble. Ray, this is just like your average commute in the morning. Oh yeah, it's just a natural sort of thing that happens every day. There's just like earthquakes like that, doing things with cities. Just an average day. Thomas, is this Hogwarts? No, that's down the other universe. Yeah. But imagine if Hogwarts was like this. To get there, you had to risk your life. Raid, well, someone on the team clearly watched 2012. Oh, that movie was so annoying. It was just pretty much, and they're now being chased by a wave, and they're now being chased by an earthquake, and then it's just like, oh my god. Now they're in a plane, a car, a bike. It's like, yeah. I thought that movie was just like, yeah, it was pointless. So that command that I put in first, fall, I thought that was the one that I had set up for Leslie going, fine, 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 fall, fall. But that command was for my playthrough of Assassin's Creed Origins where I did my own optional objectives, because the game doesn't have any. But yeah, fine was the one I was wanting to put in. Raid 2012 is bad, but in terms of spectacle, it's pretty entertaining. Yeah, I guess if you look at it that way, it just didn't really, like, not that you have to, but it just didn't really add anything new to the whole, you know, world is ending sort of like movie. Like, I felt the same director, because I think the same director did Independence Day and Stargate, the original movie and stuff. I feel like Roland Emmerich, that's it. I think he directed 2012. Okay, so we've done chapter 1. Gonna make a save on a new slot. The last playthrough I did of this was back in September. No, July last year. Cool, over a year ago. I didn't do any playthrough of Evil Within in October last year because I had other games to fit in. But we're gonna save over this slot, and what we're going to do is we're going to go to the title, and I'm going to go into the model viewer, and we're going to cover what we saw in the first chapter. If you run out of stamina, press X repeatedly to get more. So, are we saying that even though Sebastian stops dead still when he runs out of stamina, you can actually make the process faster by tapping the button? I didn't even realize that, if that is actually what you can do. Anyway, we're going to go to the model viewer. Okay, so we have Sebastian Castellanos, of course. Sebastian Castellanos, height 6 feet 182 centimeters, weight 174 pounds, 79 kilograms, age 38. A fine detective, but often curt with people, often acts before thinking things through, making trouble for others. Joseph is the only partner he's had for a significant duration. Raid. So this game is supposed to be scary, right? It is, Raid. Anyone who sees this game is supposed to have nightmares for 20 years afterwards. But yeah, it's supposed to be scary. Bear suit, it works. You get it faster a little bit at least. Oh, does it, bear suit? Oh, that's cool. That's good that it is a little bit faster. I didn't even realize. You know what? The funny thing is, at this range, Sebastian would still miss us if he shot with his handgun. So he would. Sebastian Castellanos. I'll also showcase the character models as well as we go through. Actually, I want to do something. Bearsuit, it's true, he probably would. He'd be like, I'm gonna shoot you point blank. Boom! I missed. What the hell? Sebastian Castellanos in his trench coat. Sebastian's favorite coat, given to him by his wife. He wears it all year long and never seems to get it cleaned. Raid, you haven't played many horror games, but the only ones that you've ever made you feel uneasy are Amnesia and SCP Containment Breach, but that was a while ago. Yeah, like the first person horror games, I feel like too, they're putting you closer to the action and the quote-unquote veil between you and the character and what they're experiencing gets thinner, you know, almost as if playing through their eyes is almost playing through your eyes, because obviously when we think about it, when we're watching something or playing a video game, our field of view is primarily focused on that. You know, we can see other things in our vision, of course, around whatever we're looking at. So when you have a horror game where it's actually from the character's eyes themselves, it can create a more closeness to the closer proximity to the horror that is actually going on. Whereas I feel like third person can work in a way where, because you're seeing behind the character's back and a little space behind it, in some ways you can imagine yourself not knowing that something's literally behind you, but you as the player can see it coming at the character from a certain distance, giving an advantage that the character might not have. Bearsuit, be careful. Sebastian drinking from that flask might make Joseph mad. He might, go and tittle-tattle on him again as well. Raid, well, I think it's also the old graphics that makes everything feel more unnatural. Oh, yeah. And having environments that are very, very creepy too. Like one of my favorite, well, I wouldn't say it's one of my favorite, but the game The Suffering, which I haven't played for a very long time. I like the atmosphere in that one. Okay, so here we have Julie Kidman. Height 5 feet 9 inches, 175 centimeters, weight 119 pounds, 54 kilograms, age 27. Kidman has little recollection of or interest in her past. Her only concern is what she has to do now and what will happen if she fails. As Mobius won't be too happy if she ends up failing. Be like, you have failed. Hey there, Nagatsuki. How's things going? Welcome on in. I just finished chapter 1, and so I'm just going and showing the character models and reading their bios for what we've seen in the first chapter so far. How's things going with you? Joseph Oda. Height 5 feet 9 inches, 175 centimeters. Weight 148 pounds, 67 kilograms. Age 33. Joseph is competent and by the books, a reliable detective. He is considerate of others but hard on himself. Once he's made up his mind, he sees things through to the end. His persistence often gets him into trouble, but he doesn't waver. I would have to object against him being a reliable. There's definitely plenty of times in this game where he is not reliable at all. Although there are moments where he does help a lot, but not too many. Thomas Rod's camera angle has anime level, does it? Okay. Well, lots of close-ups and stuff. Nagatsuki, pretty good too. It's so hot here, to be honest. Ah, is it? Yeah, I prefer the colder weather. Heat is annoying for me. But I'm glad that you're going pretty good. Bearsuit, unless he loses his glasses. This is true. And then make you go back and get them. It's like, how about you go get them, Joseph? They're your glasses, not mine. Wonder if I can see what he's looking at on the book. He's got a picture of Sebastian. Okay, so we haven't seen Nurse Tatiana yet, but we've seen Leslie. Leslie Withers. Height 5 feet 8 inches, 172 centimeters, weight 112 pounds, 51 kilograms, age 25. Leslie has always compensated for his difficulty communicating by unconsciously emulating the thoughts of others. This characteristic is what Ruvik sought for his experiments in linking consciousness. Nagatsuki, oh no, don't speak about loving the cold. You didn't live in Belgium. Cold and rain are the main weather there. I see, Nagatsuki, yeah. Yeah, that can be true too, like depending on where you have lived and the weather conditions, sometimes there's just this familiarity that you have with it, so it just becomes, standard. Losing our minds. 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 Marcelo Jimenez. Height 5 feet 10 inches, 178 centimeters. Weight 157 pounds, 71 kilograms. Age 50. Marcello is a doctor who performed clandestine experiments on the patients of Beacon Mental Hospital, working in collusion with a foreign organization. The organization had him instated as head of the hospital, but he ultimately disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Ooh, mysterious. He's always reminded me a little bit of Anthony Hopkins. Okay, so let's have a look down the list. I'm only going to cover character models as we experience them in the chapter that I've just finished. Alright, so Sadist. He's the dude with the chainsaw that we dealt with. Well, we'll have to deal with him further in the game, but sadist, height 7 feet 3 inches, 222 centimeters, weight 309 pounds, 140 kilograms. A creature born from the mind of a murderer merged with Rubik's madness. He has lost himself to rage, becoming murderousness personified. I like that, murderousness. I wonder if murderousness is actually a word, or they just made it up for this game. Run! Run! All right, so that covers character models and their details based on what we saw in Chapter 1 of the game. And I got all the collectibles that were in Chapter 1, so now it's time to jump into Chapter 2. Nagasaki is it another horror game? It absolutely is. Yeah, this one came out in 2014, and the creative director of it was also the creative director of the original Resident Evil, as well as Resident Evil 4, the original. Thomas, pro tip, if your health falls to 0, you lose. Are you sure about that, Thomas? You sure? I don't know. I mean, next you'll tell me that in some games, if an enemy finds a dead body, they'll become suspicious. Nagasaki, yep, seems like a horror game. It absolutely is. You're not wrong there. Hey, Godfather Al, welcome on in. Are these two games worth playing? You think you got them for free on Epic? Well, I like this game a lot, and I did like the sequel as well. I'd say in terms of like gameplay, the second one is probably more polished, and also the graphics are a bit more crisper and cleaner. But what I like about this first one, even though it can be a bit rough around the edges, is I really like the atmosphere and the grittiness of the graphics and all that kind of stuff. There are some things about this game that can be a bit frustrating at times. It's also one of those horror games where you can use stealth as well, and there's also abilities that you can unlock and all that kind of stuff, and upgrades for your weapons and things like that. But yeah, I would definitely recommend them. And if you've got them for free as well, like you may as well, give them a shot. But if you don't like them, at least you haven't paid for them, kind of thing. Definitely not Splinter Cell, no. Dr. Darling, no. But we will be getting back to that, of course, on the weekend. I'll be finishing off Pandora tomorrow. Tomorrow, because today's Friday here. Thomas, not in the AC universe. This is true. You're not in the AC universe. Any universe but that one. Godfather Al, you love Resident Evil games. You played recently Revelations 1 and 2. You pretty much played them all except for the latest. Is there actual shooting like in Resident Evil games, or is it just the running away type of horror game? Oh, there's definitely shooting in this game, Godfather. Yeah. Yeah. Like there are some sections like we saw at the start here where you have to run away from an enemy, but there's definitely enemies that you come across where it's like, engaging in them in combat and stuff. Dr. Darling, Pandora tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, if you don't finish it tomorrow. Oh, I definitely will be, Dr. Darling, because I've only got 2 levels left, actually, of Pandora tomorrow. So I'll finish Pandora tomorrow, and tomorrow I will start Chaos Theory as well. So yeah, I'll be starting Chaos Theory when Pandora tomorrow is finished. Bodies found. Bodies found in Lakeside Town. Cause of death remains a mystery. More than a dozen mutilated bodies found in village of Elk River. Several residents unaccounted for. Is one of your favorites, Dr. Darling? Cool. Yeah, it's my favorite Splinter Cell game. I'm going to be doing a pacifist challenge with that one. Thomas, Pandora tomorrow, starting tomorrow, making tomorrow happen for the whole week. That is true, Thomas. All of that will be happening tomorrow. On tomorrow. For Pandora tomorrow.
Hello? Anybody there?
Are we awake?
Is everyone else all right? The city.
Whatever are you talking about? You are the only soul here. Right now.
Hello? Anybody there? What the hell is going on here? A hospital.
This place is necessary for you. You're always welcome here.
I've been hospitalized?
I'm afraid I cannot answer that. Please, sign in here. Without signing in, there is no way to ensure your future memories.
Dr. Darling, days go by so fast you thought it was Thursday, but for some reason, Evil Within was scheduled for Friday, but for some reason you thought it was Thursday. Oh, that's definitely fair enough. Yeah, I've had days like that too, where it's like, oh shit, that's right, today is this day instead of the day I thought it was. The color palette kind of reminds you of Arkham Asylum. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a good call. Yeah. This is one of those areas that we come to regularly throughout the playthrough. So there will come a point where I won't be showcasing the environment in this part like I am at the moment. But yeah, the color palette and the textures, I like the walls with the sort of like, cracked paint and all that kind of stuff.
This way, please.
Smells like medicine.
You are all right. Please, relax. Please, have a seat.
Okay, map fragment 1. In all the playthroughs I've done, I've never actually collected all the fragments before. So that's one of the things that we'll also be doing in this playthrough as well. And I am using a guide to make sure that I get everything. And that is the first map fragment.
What the hell?
You mustn't fight it. This is for your own good.
No. Stop.
Green gel can be used to upgrade individual skill parameters.
There now. You see? All better.
Lady, am I going crazy?
Now what makes you say that? I'll be waiting.
What the hell is going on? Where am I? Kidman, where are you? Connolly!
Dr. Darling, have you ever played any of the Dead Space games? Now that you have a better laptop, you could buy the remake one day. I've played a little bit of the first one a very long time ago, but I just couldn't get into it. But I would like to give it another chance at some point in the future. What do you call it when the cow grows facial hair? A moustache.
What did the beach say when the tide came in? Long time no see.
Very good. Nice puns there, Dr. Darling. Thanks for redeeming those as the Arnie and Bane impressions. Syringe. The origin of the medication in this travel syringe is unknown, but it provides moderate health restoration. Melee attacks. Attack enemies or objects barehanded or with a melee weapon.
Connolly? My God, Connolly.
Nagasuki, you feel like a little child almost hiding your eyes, but you want to know what's going on at the same time. You're too easily scared. That's fair enough. That is fair enough for sure. Oh yeah. And there's also like a lot of audio that happens in this game too that can be really creepy. One of my favorite utterings of the line, "What the fuck?" happens soon.
Hurts! Hurts!
Whoa. Were you warning me about this? You are Leslie, right? I'm a police officer. Maybe I should help you.
Should help you.
Shit. How am I gonna get you to a hospital?
Hospital. 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 Hospital!
What the fuck?
What the fuck? Disarming traps. Classic bear suit, isn't it? What the fuck? Item acquired. Trap parts acquired. Trap parts are needed to craft bolts for the Agony crossbow. They are used in the inventory screen. Handgun. This is an old-fashioned police service revolver. Most police agencies have switched over to automatic pistols, but a few officers continue to use revolvers. I would have liked to have done a music-only run of this game, but it's very weird. If you go to the options, and we go to audio, there is audio for each individual element, but I'm pretty sure the music in the cinematics won't play even if you just have the music on. You also need to have the sound effects and cinematic volume on as well. At least that's what I think. I made some notes about it. Yeah, here we go. So in my notes, I've put can't do purely music only. Could do sound effects only, but some music won't play. Could do no HUD, collect all map fragments, do all DLC. So in another phase, I would like to do the DLC. I've already done the Kidman DLCs. However, I've never done the Executioner. So I'd like to do the Executioner DLC as well. But that won't be in this current phase. That'll be in another phase of the playthrough. But yeah, it won't let me do purely music only because I think in cinematics, with the cinematic volume turned to 0, you get no music in those cinematics. You only get the music in the gameplay, which is fine, but I would rather have like the full scope of the music be heard on its own. But it's just not possible with this game, unfortunately. That is so cool, Bear Suit, that you can actually get him to get his stamina up a bit quicker after he's lost it. Because otherwise, you try to move him and he won't move. But to speed up that process, yes, smashing the X button, that's cool. I see it kind of, if you do it really quick, it seems like he does that weird thing quick and you can start moving him before the meter fills back up to the minimum. Bearsuit, it would have been nice if they had each feature on a separate control for audio. It would have been Bearsuit, you know. Like, if the cinematic volume was separate in terms of, like, sound effects only and dialogue only, you know what I mean? To have the pure music would have been great. It has saved you a few times. It would definitely bloody help. Like, it's so annoying in this game at all that your character just refuses to move until the minimum amount of stamina is, you know, rebuilt. I'm glad in the sequel they didn't do it that way. Using matches. I don't normally bother reading this, but just for this 10th anniversary showcase run, I will. Using matches. Approach a fallen enemy and press circle to burn them, destroying them completely. Burning consumes one match. If the same enemies are close enough, they can all be burned with one match. Other things besides corpses and enemies can also be burned. Something they don't mention here is that enemies that have been downed on the ground and you go to actually burn them, they can still attack you. So if you're playing on Akumu mode and you get hit like that, you're going to die because it's one hit and you're dead on that difficulty. Bearsuit, you like this animation in the cabin up ahead too. He just throws his arms up in shock. It is so funny, some of the gestures and stuff, you know. Hello, Veda Mazdar. Welcome to you. So that's Seb's idle animation when he has the pistol. Let's see what his animation is like when he's just without a weapon. Just curious. That might happen in this playthrough. I might start to go off on a tangent on things I don't have listed in my what I'm doing, because I'll be like, oh, this might be something good to see. Alright, so he just wipes his brow. Now let's see what happens when he has the lantern out. Journal of Sebastian Castellanos, November 2004. Finally got my gold badge, Detective Sebastian Castellanos. I like the sound of that. Seems a long time coming, but they say that I'm one of the fastest ever to rise through the ranks. Can't wait to get started. I know that I can do more good as a detective than I ever could as a beat cop. Plus I don't have to wear that damned uniform anymore. The pay bump doesn't hurt either. KCPD needs all the help they can get. There's a seemingly disproportionate amount of crime these days. Crimson City is my home, and it's my job to protect it.
shit.
So this piece of music is the Claire de Lune.
What the? Back here again. I must be losing it.
You're losing it, Sebastian, are you? You might be losing your mind. Losing your mind. Losing your mind. Nagasuki, you know that song from Twilight? Oh, did they use it in that movie, did they? I didn't realize. Now that we're actually seeing this location in color, I'll just redo the showcasing of the environment that I did before when everything was in black and white. Nagasuki, so weird to hear the song in a horror game. Yeah, there's certain pieces of classical music too that you hear in horror stuff and you think, what? Dr. Darling losing her mind in a horror game? Never. Never would happen at all. No doubt.
I don't know if that was a bad dream, or this is.
Whatever is the matter?
Serial killer on the loose. Victims had surgery performed on them. Police believe slaying's the work of a serial killer, missing persons in several local communities. Leslie, missing. Leslie Withers. Psychiatric patient Leslie Withers disappeared from a locked room at Beacon Mental Hospital. Alright, I'm going to take this time to just go over the different abilities that you can get and things that you can improve. Cultivate skills related to physical abilities. Improve your carrying capacity for various items. Cultivate skills related to weapons. So life gauge, increase life gauge maximum. Maximum sprint time, increasing stamina allows you to sprint longer. At level 5, stamina recovery speed is increased. Melee damage, increases the slight amount of damage inflicted when striking enemies. Personally, unless you're going for a playthrough where you want to get all the upgrades, I would leave these till last. There's no real point, I feel, in getting these upgraded before that point. Syringe recovery. Health recovered from a syringe is increased. So for the pistol, damage multiplier, increase firepower for more damage. Fire rate, decrease the time between shots for a better firing rate. Reload time, decrease the amount of time it takes to reload. Clip capacity, increase weapon clip capacity. Accuracy, decrease the sway on the target reticule for better accuracy. Critical, increase the probability of instantly killing an enemy with a headshot. Handgun ammunition, increase the amount of handgun ammunition that can be carried as extra stock. Grenades, increase the number of grenades that can be carried. Syringes, increase the number of syringes that can be carried. Matches, increase the number of matches that can be carried. So as we unlock new weapons, I'll go over the different things for those, because some weapons have some bonus kind of things depending on what level you get them upgraded to. I'm going to increase the critical for the handgun. Bearsuit critical is really OP on the pistol, is it? Oh, nice. That might help with the accuracy as well in a little bit. No, no, not that way, no. It is currently 10:05. Doesn't that chair look really comfortable? Bearsuit, they should have the clock synced to the user's console time. Now, could you imagine? That would be really cool. That's something that would have been cool if they did. Dr. Darling, yes, especially the bonus headset. Oh yeah, the bonus headset that you get with that chair is just great. Dr. Darling, you're not wrong there. Hello there, Inmeta. Welcome on in. How's things going for you today? Oh, that's great, and me too. I'm glad to hear that. That's awesome. As for me, I'm doing well. We're in Chapter 2 currently of this game. As part of this playthrough, I'm also having a look at the game environments, taking things in like that. Oh, that's no worries at all for the raid yesterday in Mita. It was good to be able to raid you. It was good to see you streaming. I hope the rest of your stream went well as well. Oh, cheers in Mita. Yeah, so it's going really good. I like this game a lot. Can't believe it's also celebrating a 10th anniversary. Right, any plans to do a challenge playthrough for any of the Watch Dogs games? Won't be able to fit in a challenge run for any of them this year. I did challenge runs with them last year for my annual playthroughs, but I also want to do a playthrough of Watch Dogs 1 to celebrate its 10th anniversary as a separate one from my annual ones. But I do plan to do those playthroughs before the year ends as well. It was great in Mita? Excellent, that's good. I'm glad that you had a great stream. Let's play hide and seek with the haunted. There we go. The good thing is, any kills that you do like that, the enemy won't get up and start attacking you. So there's no point in wasting a match on enemies that you either sneak up behind and stab them in the head, or if you get a headshot that blows their head off, then you don't have to worry about torching the body afterwards. Right, Watch Dogs 2 is one of Ubisoft's best games. It's a really good one. I like that one a lot. I also liked how very different it was to Watch Dogs 1. It was a good idea to change the city and have a whole different vibe as well. And Mita, you had some issues with the game which was lagging in some areas, but you fixed it by changing some settings on NVIDIA control panel Oh, that is good that you're able to actually solve those kinds of things. Sometimes, unfortunately, like me streaming from a console, there's technical issues I can't even find a fix for. So that's good you're able to fix the issues that you were having, you know, with your stream and like with the game and stuff on PC. Yeah, and me try did that sort of like crouch and then run and crouch and then run too much on that first attempt. Raid, well, it is a zombie. That is true. Although sometimes you can give a headshot to a zombie in some stuff and they still just get up and go, like in Resident Evil remakes, for example. You can shoot a zombie twice in their head and they act as if nothing happened. Controls, information, climb over obstacles and through windows. NMT, yeah, streaming on PC can also be tricky sometimes and you have to play around with the settings. That's true. And trying to find what it is you actually need to change and see what actually changes too, because sometimes you can change an option and not necessarily know what you've actually changed. Raid, you're talking about the AI. You ran right up to it and it was too dumb to hit or follow you. Oh, I got your Raid, I see. Yeah. Yeah, some enemies though, they're just like a bit like that. Others are more smart. You can see the Beacon Mental Hospital in the background there. Okay, we'll be getting all the statues as part of this playthrough. Just want to go back and double check something. And I can't. I think I might have missed a document already. But we'll see. I might not have reached the building yet where it's located.
Hey, are you guys from around here? I don't know where...
Can't go on.
I didn't miss it. That's good. Lakeside Town Note. When did they put a lighthouse on the lake? Has it always been there? That circling light passes over me, passes through me. I feel like it takes something away each time. I can't remember what it was, though. Hey there, James. Good morning to you. How's it going? Thank you so very much for the 7 months in a row. Thank you very much, James. That's muchly appreciated, dude. How's things going for you? James, hey Ubisoft game. Surprising but not bad. One of the last few good ones. Oh, this game isn't Ubisoft. This was Tango Works and Bethesda who did this one. You just returned home after 2 days of a deathcore festival. Ah, okay. Well, I hope you had a great time. Hope it was really good. I hope the lineup of music was really good too. James, tired, happy, half deaf, but nice feeling inside. Yeah, Pig Butcher's teased you with new stuff from the upcoming album. Oh yeah, what a combination! But I'm glad that you enjoyed your time and had a great time with it, and that's cool too to get a bit of a taste of their upcoming album.
I feel like I'm being pulled just looking at it.
I really like the use of fog and everything. James, interesting. You thought Evil Within is from Ubisoft. You didn't play the series, so you didn't know really. Just reacting to the last few weeks of Ubisoft, 60 to 80% decline of revenue thanks to their lack of empathy of nation to its own history, and the backlash is deserved. It might get banned in Japan thanks to their lack of self-reflection. Yeah, for the past week or so, every day I've heard stuff about Assassin's Creed Shadows. But yeah, this is definitely not a Ubisoft game. And yeah, I do enjoy games outside of Ubisoft stuff as well. But yeah, this is Bethesda. James, awesome. Looks hella eerie, and the graphics are super cool. Yeah, it's got this really, really good nitty-gritty sort of like feel to it as well. It's a bit rough around the edges, but I feel that serves the atmosphere that they're going for really well. Is it some kind of demonic possession or virus or both? So it's actually not demonic, and it's not necessarily possession in kind of like a, you know, a sense of a spirit or something like that. No virus, but it is basically a Matrix-like simulation situation, except everyone's brains are connected to each other, so their consciousness is shared. So everyone connected to the machine is sharing their subconscious and conscious with each other, and there's this guy named Ruvik who is basically the villain of the game, and he's able to somewhat control the whole experience. So yeah, it's kind of like it's a mixture of Resident Evil in terms of like how it feels at times, which is understandable too because the creative director of the original Resident Evil worked on it as well. But it's also a bit of psychological horror from Silent Hill kind of stuff. Some kind of Mass Effect Geth hive mind. In some ways, yeah. But all the other people don't have any control over it. So a lot of these locations are amalgamations of multiple different people's consciousness or memories and things like that, all mixed in together. James, so hella interesting. What time era is this set in? Looks like either Amish setting or something around the late 1900s, early 20th century. Yeah, so it's in present times, but there's definitely locations that have that feel of those time periods and stuff like that. Hey there, Ryu. How's things been going, dude? James gonna lurk a bit, check your dailies and shit, but we'll be having you on the other side. Oh, no trouble at all, James. Thank you so much for leaving that lurk, and I hope that everything goes well with your dailies as well. Oh, that's great, Ryu. I'm glad that you're going well. That's awesome. Once I deal with these enemies, I'm going to showcase more of the environment in this section that I haven't covered yet. But it'll be a lot smoother and easier if I get rid of the enemies first. You can, of course, use the traps against the enemies if you want to, but I'd rather not waste the opportunity to get trap parts from disarming traps like that. There we go. Map fragment 2. Toasty! There we go. Now the key. In Meta, first time you see gameplay from this game, you got both games for free on Epic, but never installed them. It looks a little like Resident Evil games. Oh, absolutely in Meta, yeah. It's got a lot of the DNA of Resident Evil in this, and it's got like a psychological horror angle as well, which is actually one of my favorite kinds of horror, and it does that really well too. And it plays very similar to the Resident Evil games, the newer ones, but there's also a stealth component as well that's in this game too. Right, if Twitch makes you watch one more of these damn biotherm ads, you're literally going to go on a rampage. You gotta love it when it seems like the same kind of, product gets advertised to you over and over again. It's like, look, you feel like saying, when I buy it, I'll let you know so you can stop actually advertising it to me. But yeah, that's fair enough to be annoyed. Don't blame you. Doesn't that bed look comfortable? And me too, you haven't played any Resident Evil game except for 2. That you played only the intro part because after that your Xbox Game Pass on PC expired and you didn't renew it. However, you have lots of gameplay from Resident Evil games. Oh, cool. Yeah, Resident Evil 2 is such a great remake. My favorite Resident Evil game is still the original Resident Evil 2, but I was happy with the remake. And me too, they lately brought some of them on Xbox Game Pass on PC. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, because I think on PlayStation Plus, they've got the Resident Evil 3 remake. And Mita, what is the plot of this game, more or less, without giving too many spoilers? So basically, Beacon Mental Hospital, there's been some murderous rampage, and so Detective Castellanos that we're playing as, and his partner Joseph, and a rookie partner, Julie Kidman, have basically been called to investigate. And what they find is something that goes beyond just surface level and goes deeper. And there's a lot of like really psychological horror stuff in it as well. But yeah, it's a bit hard to explain it in more detail without actually going into some sort of like spoiler territory. But basically, it's that kind of horror story. Troll don't die is the plot. Yeah, that would help. That would definitely go a long way, Troll. How's it going? Welcome on in. Yeah, in Meta, so that's just the basics of it. But yeah, there's definitely more beneath the surface that's actually going on that might first be apparent. Here we go. That's map fragment 3.
Good God. That's right. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Shit. Better get out of here. God damn it!
Okay, so there's chapter 2 clear. We're going to save, and then we're going to go back to the main menu to go over the character models and their bios of what we actually saw in chapter 2 just now, or through the chapter. Hey there, Mazzy. Welcome on in. Hope it's going well. Yeah, things are going good here. Having a good Friday. This game is 10 years old. Oh my god, you feel so old though. Played this a ton when it first came out. I know that feeling really well, Mazzy. Yeah, it's hard to believe sometimes, and that's a big chunk of time, you know. But yeah, another game that I really like that is celebrating a 10th anniversary this year. I finished a playthrough of Alien Isolation, which is also celebrating its 10th anniversary this year. And Watch Dogs is another game celebrating its 10th. that I want to do a playthrough for. Assassin's Creed Unity as well. So yeah, there's a few games that are having anniversaries that I want to do runs of. Okay, so in that... Alright, so we met Nurse Tatiana. Height, 5 feet 9 inches, 174 centimeters. Weight, 123 pounds, 56 kilograms. Age, 38. Tatiana is a nurse in the locked ward of Beacon Mental Hospital. Seeing so many things that no one should ever have to see has left her emotionally dead and eventually taken an even greater toll. Got the clipboard. Beacon Mental Hospital. Confidential. Mazzy, wow, 2014 was a good game year. Oh, you're not wrong there. And then you got games that are celebrating their 15th anniversary as well. It's just crazy. Earlier, I did a playthrough of Batman Arkham Asylum, because that's celebrating its 15th anniversary. AC2 will be as well, so I'll be doing something for that later in the year. In Mita, you were checking the game on the internet and you read that this game was designed by the same person behind Resident Evil games. This is true in Mita, yeah. Shinji Mikami. He was the creative director on the very original Resident Evil that came out in 1996. And he was also the creative director on Resident Evil 4, the original version which came out in 2005. Okay, so Sadist, we saw them, read them. Let me see. So we've got the Haunted Group A. We haven't really seen them all yet, but I'll just cover them now, even though we haven't actually come across them in one of the chapters yet. I'll make an exception for them. I'll just cover them now. Just a heads up too that these will have slight spoilers to them as well. Haunted Group A. Human test subjects connected to the stem and turned into creatures by synchronizing with Ruvik's consciousness. Haunted Group B. Somehow, even people who couldn't be connected to the stem appear as monsters. Haunted Group C. Subjects retain a glimmer of their original consciousness, appearing as they did in life. However, having died in the real world, they have lost their true humanity. Trolls, there's zombies in dem dare hills. Yes, and as we know, the hills have eyes. Haunted Group D. Haunted attack normal humans on sight and attempt to devour their brains, perhaps in an effort to recover their lost memories. Haunted Group E. Though they are simple-minded, some of them use weapons and tools, and some individuals appear to be driven by someone's commands. We don't actually see these enemy types until later, but they're all haunted in general, but then you get like very specific different individual ones based on various things. But I'll just cover all the haunted groups now while I'm going through them. Alright, one more haunted group. Haunted Group F. Some haunted, having a higher level of synchronization with Ruvik, wear strange masks or hoods. Oh, wrong button. Bearsuit, it's cool to think how the different people when connected to STEM were all affected a bit differently. Absolutely, yeah. It helps create a bit of variety, and some games, you know, just basically take the same character model, but they just put slightly different clothes on it. Whereas in this, they tried to have a little bit of that, but also have each individual kind of like person. So you have your police officers and you have your regular civilians and all that kind of stuff all mixed in. Handgun, revolver. This is the revolver that we got off Connolly. Revolver carried by Officer Connolly. It doesn't appear to have been used very often. Perhaps there wasn't much opportunity. Alright, so I will cover the other stuff as we go through chapters in the story that include them. Okay, before I actually continue on, I'm going to take a break. So I'll take a 10-minute break and be back to continue on. We're up to chapter 3. We still have a lot of game, of course, and going through and showcasing different environments and taking time looking and observing and getting all the collectibles is definitely going to take some time. So it'll probably take a few streams, I think, to finish this playthrough. But I will be back in 10 minutes to continue the playthrough. Alrighty then, back from my break. So we're up to chapter 3, and so far I've gotten all the collectibles that I want to get, including the keys. Thank you for the welcome back in Mita. Thank you very much. What are we doing in this place? Why are there so many zombies around? I wasn't made to fight zombies. Get me out of here. Get me a chopper. Where is the chopper? Thank you, Anita, for redeeming the Arnie impression. Thank you very much. You wonder what would happen if Arnie was fighting zombies. Now, that would have been a great great movie to see. I haven't seen it, but there is a movie that he's in that actually has zombies in it. It's called Maggie. I think it's about a father whose daughter gets turned into a zombie. But I've never actually seen it, so I don't know to what extent zombies are in it. I don't know if it's only like a small group of zombies or what kind of situation it is, but I don't know if it's like an action movie with zombies or if it's just sort of like more a serious, dramatic movie with zombies in it. Hey James, welcome back. You finished your dailies for now? Oh, that's good. I hope it all went well. Hope you got some good things. I just got back from my break. We're up to chapter 3 now. Even got Ayatan statue worth 3.5 thousand endo, which is awesome. There is never enough endo. Oh, okay. So is that kind of like a currency in one of the game series that you play?
Shit.
Shit. Shit. Shit. Shit. James, that resources allows you to upgrade mods, which is a must-have, but to level one up a mod to max, you need like 52,000 endo, and there is like hundreds of mods. Game's got to have a lot of resources for a lot of stuff. Holy shit, I imagine that would take a lot of in-game time and real time to actually get.
told you to never come back to Gotham. Yeah. Problem is, I never left. I just stayed hidden. That is impossible. I would have found you those 3 years by now. Well, you didn't, but finding you is not that hard when you're looking for dark, damp places. And I've got some help from an old friend.
Thank you for redeeming that Bane impression, James. So it was from Batman Revenge number 72. It's so funny. You would think that he would be able to find Harley because he's Batman. Journal of Sebastian Castellanos, December 2004. First day as a detective. First day as a detective. My new partner, Myra Hansen, is a real firecracker. Tenacious and no nonsense. My kind of woman. But I've got to watch it around her. She almost caught me checking out her ass today. There we go. So that's map fragment 4 and the personal document. And Mita, I'm Batman. James, yeah, this is the part of the series where Harley is showing she's not some dumb villain, even when she is sometimes portrayed as that. She has a whole scheme, and it's amazing. Okay. That's interesting to play with. Taking a character who is generally known to be portrayed one way and showing them that there's actually more to them than that.
My head.
James, like she is so badass and batshit crazy at the same time, has even scared you a few times while you were reading it. I gotcha. Yeah. And at this point, she adopted the twin hyenas. Ah, okay. Yeah, I think I've seen somewhere where she had those. And Mita, you haven't played any of the Batman games, but you have watched all the movies. You own Arkham City, though, but only played the intro when you were testing the game to see if it runs well on your PC. Now, that is a really good game in Mita. Arkham City is such a great follow-up to Arkham Asylum. Beyond just the fact that it's a wide open game, whereas the previous one was more, closed off. There's also a lot of other things that the game does that really expands upon the first game in the series.
You should find this useful. This way, please.
Where are you taking me? You don't talk much.
Detective Castellanos? Do you have a key like this? That key will allow you to open this door. The contents are yours. Please, come back whenever you need to.
Not going to use any of the keys yet that we've collected. But I'll showcase the environment in this part because this is the first time in this playthrough we've gotten to this section. James, you played Arkham City and you reminded yourself why you stopped playing because the detection of keys is so fucking horrid. Most of the time the character just stands and getting hit, which on the Nightmare is 3 punches max without health pre-upgrades. Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah, playing on the hardest mode. They don't give you too many chances to mess up. This map is as fragmented as the city itself. Maybe some good will come from restoring it. Went by too fast, so I had to continue reading it from my own broadcast screen, which has a little bit of a delay on it. James, like you push dodge 3 times and he just stands there most of the times as you're standing in one place and mashing the counter button, otherwise you're dead. But you like the Selena part, her outfit style is awesome in this instance. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely more to the combat in those Batman Arkham games than just standing there. But yeah, some of the enemies can be tough, especially when you're trying to fight one enemy in one direction and then another enemy from another direction is doing something that you didn't notice straight away, and so you can get punished by not being able to dodge quickly and stuff. I wonder how many gigs of RAM this PC here has. Probably what, 6? My first PC I had in 1998 was about 6 gigabyte hard drive. Hey there, Newt. Hello there. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk. I've seen you go live a few times recently, but it's kind of like about 6 a.m. or so my time, so unfortunately I haven't been able to stop in, but it's good to see that you're still streaming. I hope your runs of Splinter Cell have been going good. James is a Pentium 1 by the look of it. Yeah, good old Pentiums. Reminds me of that Weird Al Yankovic song. It's all about the Pentiums. Now that I mentioned that, I'll want to listen to that later on. Go down a YouTube rabbit hole. Serial killings continue. Police baffled by cause of death. How can there be zero trace of the killer? More bodies found near Elk River community. Residents feel trapped in their homes. James, not sure you heard that song even when you're a fan of Weird Al. Yeah, um, I think the original song that he's making a parody of is It's All About the Benjamins, I think. Oh no, it's a buddy action comedy film. Oh, there is a song called It's All About the Benjamins. I think that's what he called it as well. Yeah, it's all about the Pentiums. I found the video. I'll put a link to it in chat. I may as well. There may be like, much better quality versions than that one, because this one was uploaded like 14 years ago, which is a long damn ass time from now. But yeah, I remember I had a DVD of Weird Al Yankovic's that had pretty much all the music videos for his songs on it, or at least the ones up until that point, because he might have done some new ones since that time. James, okay, you're gonna check it. Sounds way too good. Didn't listen to him for a bit. Yeah, one of my favorite songs of his is Dare to Be Stupid, and he's done a lot of really, funny sort of like songs. He's really good at changing the lyrics while still keeping the overall same kind of like tone and inflection with a lot of the singing that he has to do. Okay, so we've gotten newspaper 3 now. Oh yeah, and then there'll be missing persons poster over here. Oscar. Missing KCPD officer Oscar Connolly. Disappeared while on patrol. Patrol car found abandoned on the outskirts of town. Ryu, his Michael Jackson parodies are gold. Yeah, they really are. Yeah, I like Eat It. That's my favorite one out of that he did. Alright, so that's the missing person poster. So in chapter 3 we have an audio tape. And we haven't reached the point yet where the next key is. Do I have a Discord in Meta? Absolutely, I do, yeah. For sure. I'll just grab a link to it and I'll post it in chat. There we go, Inmita. There's a link to the Discord. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning to you as well. How's things going for you today? How's the Evil Within coming along? Oh, it's coming along really good. We're in Chapter 3 at the moment, and so far I've gotten all the missing person posters, the newspaper articles, the map fragments, and the journal entries, and the keys up until this point. So yeah, it's going really good. Yeah, so it'll take a few streams to get through the game because I'm also stopping and looking around the game environments and looking at stuff like that too, and reading everything. Oh, nice, James. That's cool. Absolutely, that's no worries at all. Listen, you're doing well. Only stopping in for a short bit. You'll be going to your interview in about an hour, so you're studying and practicing talking like normal office people again. You brought out your old portfolio where you keep all your awards, certificates, diplomas, letters of recommendation, etc., and went down memory lane all the way back to 2004. Oh, well, that's definitely good to be as thorough as you can, because you never know. It's better to have all that sorted and in mind instead of, just winging it and just turning up and be like, yep, give me the job, So it's good that you got all that sorted and that you're doing that. I can definitely understand only being able to watch for a little bit, but yeah, it's going to be great. I'm sure that your interview will go well. James, your favorite song so far was Amish Paradise. Oh yeah, churning lots of butter. Raise a bun on Monday, soon I'll raise another. Nice, Enmita, that's cool. Thank you for joining as well. I'll just go in and change your roles so you'll be able to actually post and stuff. Listen, that was mostly to just try to get your confidence back enough to do study. Well, that's definitely fair enough too, but it's a good idea. It's good to get yourself into that mindset, and then that way you'll already be in that mindset before you go to the interview, instead of having to basically switch on to that mindset when you arrive there, So that's a good idea. It's a good approach. There we go, James and Enmita. So both of you will be able to make posts and stuff now. Thanks for joining. Lucinda, yeah, exactly. It's the best way to do it. That way it'll just feel more natural that way too. Enmita, thank you so very much for the 100 bits. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you for that, dude. disarming bombs. X, stop the needle. Blue equals success. Red equals failure. Oh, is that all? Just failure? Oh, that's okay then. Stopping the needle in the blue zone within one rotation will disarm the trap. Disarming the trap will yield trap parts. Newt, do you think the comparisons this game gets with Resident Evil 4 is fair? On some level, definitely. There's definitely a lot of DNA of Resident Evil in this game. I'd say with this game having also the stealth approach that you can take with certain enemies, it sort of sets it apart in that respect. But I always like to look at the Evil Within as kind of like a combination of the Resident Evil style survival horror and fighting, zombie-like creatures and all that kind of stuff. Similar kind of view and similar sort of like concept of upgrading things that Resident Evil 4 had. But it's also got the psychological horror of like a Silent Hill title where it's really messing with your head with a lot of the stuff that's going on as well. So I definitely feel like you can definitely compare it to Resident Evil 4, but I would definitely say that it's fair to make those comparisons. But at the same time, there's definitely a lot of stuff that this game does that is very different to Resident Evil as well. Quack, quack, quack. How freaky would that be? Some dead ducks and they just start quacking.
Over here!
Oh God. No.
Newt, you like that you're studying the environment. What are some of your favorite details in the game so far? Oh yeah, I thought I would do something like that with this game and sort of like take in things, because usually there's so many other things being focused on when I play these games that I don't really necessarily notice everything. But some of my favorite details are probably things to do with the state of walls and ceilings and stuff like that. Especially when you have like the paint peeling off of things, and you also have like all the cracked surfaces and things like that. But then there's also things like, you know, cobwebs and stuff that you see around the place. And everything has that sort of like broken and scarred and sort of like deteriorating kind of look about it, which I think definitely fits really well with this game. Code afternoons from 6th Circle, inside 28 degrees Celsius and 30 in the shade. Patio getting closer to 50. Oh, great times then, Code. That sounds like wonderful temperatures. Not. Well, I hope you can find ways to cool down. Code, well, it's getting closer to having a sunstroke while being inside. Oh no. Definitely not good.
Who's there?
No, don't shoot. I'm not one of them. I'm a doctor. Marcelo Jimenez.
You were in the ambulance before it crashed, right?
Yes, we're lucky to be alive.
Have you seen anyone else?
My patient Leslie. I saw him running up ahead, but...
But?
Come this way. Quietly, mind you. Have a look for yourself. Those things chased me all the way into the village.
Me too. They're all over the place.
Leslie went through that gate. Good Lord.
There are too many to shoot our way through.
One of us could try to lure them away while the other gets the gate open. You're the one with the gun.
If you say so.
Damnable thing.
There is a crank on the terrace. You'll need to operate it if I'm to pass through.
Over here! Here! Hey! Over here! That's right, this way!
That old guy's gonna get himself killed.
It's a good thing the guy with the sniper rifle didn't actually take care of him. Oh, thanks, Bear Suit. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I find it tricky to be able to get the timing right. Especially if they swing their arm at you just before you're about to... Well, you can press the button, it seems, sometimes to initiate it, but just as the animation starts, they can seemingly whack you and interrupt it. But thanks, dude. Hey there, Ishimura. This is true. Yeah. Another game celebrating its 10th anniversary. I've got a few of them. A few games that I play on the channel that are celebrating their 10th anniversaries this year. When I deal with most of the enemies, I'll backtrack and showcase some of the environment stuff. In Mita, you're quite bad at timing the parry or counter-attack in games. You fail the standoffs a lot in Ghost of Tsushima. Oh, well, I mean, to be fair, there are a lot of situations in those games where even the slightest thing can interrupt, you know, and ruin things too. But yeah, in Ghost of Tsushima, like, some of those standoffs, especially when you get the ability to do more strikes against more enemies in one, you know, sometimes it's easy to flinch, you know, and and that. Ishimura, what are the others? So Alien Isolation is another game that I play that's got that's celebrating its 10th anniversary this year. I've done 2 phases already. I want to do one more, but most likely I'll do that in October. Then you got this game. Then there's Watch Dogs 1. And you've got Assassin's Creed Unity. I've done 1 phase of Unity's 10th anniversary. Got to do another one after I finish my current marathon of Assassin's Creed. Then there's other games that have like 15th anniversaries and 20th anniversaries. Like Assassin's Creed 2 is its 15th this year. GTA San Andreas 20th anniversary. Same with Silent Hill 4. Then you got Prince of Persia Warrior Within celebrating his 20th. So there's quite a few different games with different anniversaries that I want to, you know, do something with. In Mita, yeah, you get the first one, the first right, and the second, the enemy almost kills you. Oh, exactly, you know, and sometimes your timing can just be off a bit, you know. Ishimura, geez, a lot of anniversaries. Oh, yeah, you're not wrong there. Yeah, Batman Arkham Asylum celebrated its 15th anniversary, but I've already done what I'll do for that milestone, like a few months back. Oh, and Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow, that's celebrating its 20th. It's another one I just remembered. I'm currently doing that with my annual marathon of it at the moment, but I'll also be doing a separate 20th anniversary playthrough of it before the year is out.
Shit, better find cover.
Opening chests. Open a chest all the way to reveal its contents. If the chest is trapped, opening it only part way will disarm the trap. Explosive bolt. An explosive warhead for the agony crossbow which will detonate when enemies approach. It can be placed on things like floors and walls, and even enemies. And even Joseph's. In certain parts of the game that I'll be using it on Joseph for. Ishimura, you just started Stalker Call of Pripyat, which is having its 15th anniversary. Oh, really? So that's celebrating its 15th? It's just crazy, you know, how quickly time can fly. Besu, just passing through there, Seb. Oh, absolutely. Just directly passed through. It was so funny how the enemy tried to hit him, and then Sebastian was slightly off the ladder then, and then the then the Haunted started to climb through the rungs, literally, to get to the other side of the ladder. Like, holy shit. Hey there, Manu. Wait, is the ladder a safe space? That's the thing. I didn't actually 100% know if it was going to be or not. I thought I'd take the risk on climbing down to see. And when the enemy started to attack, I thought, oh, I'll probably get hit, but no. He can't climb up that. What? Hey there, Levy. Welcome on in. It's going really good. Just having fun in games with these haunted enemies. I'm taunting the haunted. How's things going with you today? Damn bloody bear trap. Cheers, Levy. Thank you. Yeah, having a good Friday. Manu, he bullied them. And then they got their revenge a little bit when that bear trap got me. Levy, honestly, not good, but it'll have to improve eventually. Just enjoying me smashing the evil within. Well, I hope it looks up for you very, very soon, Levy. That's for sure. Hopefully it's not going to be like a long, drawn-out thing. But glad that you can enjoy me smashing some evil within. I'm going to deal with all these enemies. I'm also going through and showcasing the game's environments and stuff. But there's so many different moving parts here, and I know that there's a point where I can, you know, keep going until I actually have to initiate the next, you know, part of the level. So I'll just go around and deal with the enemies first, and then go back around and showcase stuff and get any collectibles I might have missed. Levy, it's going to be a long, drawn-out thing, sadly. Sorry to hear about that. That's really terrible when things get drawn out, when you just want them to end quickly. Levy, but it's fine. How much progress have you made? So we're up to chapter 3. There's about 15 chapters. And I've been getting collectibles as well. And so far I've been able to get all the collectibles that I need to get up until this current point I'm up to. So it's going pretty well. It'll probably take a few streams to go through, because I'm also reading everything and stuff. Manu, no, that's fine. Sometimes it's good to see what's around you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did a similar thing with, what game was it? There was a game I did an anniversary playthrough of where I did a similar thing. I don't know if it was Batman Arkham Asylum or not, maybe. There was definitely Assassin's Creed Unity where I sort of like showcased, not environments, but all the different gear pieces you can wear and what each one as a set looks like with all the different colors and stuff. Excellent. Shotgun. This pump-action shotgun has a short barrel and a wide choke, sending pellets over a short but wide area. The Agony Crossbow. This collapsible crossbow has a strong bowstring which appears capable of launching heavy projectiles. Hell yeah. Creating Agony Bolts. Create bolt while Agony is selected. Trap parts can be used to make more of any Agony bolt you possess. Harpoon Bolt. A powerful harpoon for the Agony Crossbow which will impale opponents. Excessive noise. Enemies can be alerted by excessive noise, such as when doors are kicked open. Grenade. This stick grenade is a relic from nearly 100 years ago. How it ended up in private hands is unknown. Hey there, Mona. Welcome on in. Good evening to you as well. Wanted to say howdy before having to lurk. Hope you are well and having a restful weekend. Thank you so very much, Mona. I definitely am. It's off to a great start. Been having a great Friday. I hope that things go well for you too. I hope that you enjoy your weekend also. And thank you so very much for leaving the lurk. Muchly appreciated. Leap of fail. Flashbolt, a warhead for the Agony crossbow which can blind opponents with a powerful flash. Blinded opponents can be killed from any direction with a sneak kill. There we go, finally got him. Hey there, Crooked. Thank you so much for the raid, Senny. How was your stream, dude? How was Pharaoh, a new era? Hope your historical order run is going well, dude. Did you finish it, or are you getting close to, or how'd you go with it? Thank you so much for the raid, dude. Evil Within is going really good. We're only in chapter 3, but I've been taking my time getting collectibles, but also showcasing environments and stuff. And so in this chapter, I'm just going around getting these enemies sorted, and then I'm going to go and showcase some of the environment that I've just been passing by. I've shown some of it in this chapter, but not all of it. A lot of enemies just lurking around that I wanted to deal with. Besut, no, zombies go into the trap. Exactly, it's like that is where you must go. Stupid Haunted. Crooked, it went well, thanks. Did another mission. This time you went to Sinai to get introduced to mining and military operations. You're still very early in the timeline, but given how long each mission takes, you'll try to fill in some gaps with documentaries and try to finish the game next week with a few selective missions. Well, I'm glad to hear that it's going well, that you're having a great time with it too. It looks like a game that you're enjoying also, and that's great. It's a good way to do it too, as well. Because I wasn't sure, what time period does it actually go up to? Like, does it go up to a time period that is beyond some of the other games that you want to do, so you're going to cut it off at a certain point, or is it all within a time frame before your next game is set that you're going to be doing? Alright, cool. So that's where that key is. So I'll grab that. And before I trigger the next part, I'm going to go around and showcase the other elements to this place that I haven't done yet. That was a pretty tricky placement for one of them as well. Crooked, it technically goes from 3000 BC to 300 BC, so it would fit well in between pre-dynastic Egypt and Origins, but it's so much city building, given how slow you're playing and streaming, you reckon it would take you well over 150 hours to do everything, lol. So you're currently considering your options of how you want to handle that time frame, because it's a bit much in Pharaoh. That's definitely understandable to try and manage it that way too, because that is a lot of time to put into a game to cover everything. So there might be some parts where you can sort of like cover some of the little nitty-gritty details of things in like a documentary video or something like that, and maybe sort of like do a lot of the main big sort of like events and stuff maybe. But yeah, that's definitely a lot of hours to put in if you wanted to actually do it, you know, in full, like do everything. Yeah, it's been going good, Crooked. It's good to slow things down too, because there's things that I, don't normally notice because I'm just so busy focusing on other stuff when playing. So it's really cool to be able to do that, and pardon me, to also take in like the different textures of stuff and like the decaying walls and paint coming off of stuff and just the overall detail and everything, which really, really suits a horror game. So it's really cool to be taking things in like that. There's been some parts where I haven't been able to take it slowly because of situations where the enemy is coming after me. A few sequences that you have to deal with an enemy. So I've had to, like earlier in the start of the game, I got killed by an enemy when I was trying to showcase some of the stuff. So I just took the death because I'm like, well, I'm showcasing stuff right now, game, so kill me if you must. for which showcasing takes priority over life. Exactly, Senny. It's like, I'm sorry, Sebastian, the name of the main character. I'm sorry, Sebastian, but yeah, we're looking at stuff here. You have to take a death. It's funny how the flame from the torch is hitting his arm and he's not bothered in the slightest. Oh no, it's like his arm there is calloused or something like that as well. Bearsuit, are you going to show the giant pig in chapter 4? I remember you showing that in your stream, Bearsuit. That was really cool. What do you need to actually do to activate it? Because I forgot what you need to do. Do you have to kill all the pigs or something? Was that what it was? It's funny how there's like something weird happening with the sounds of footsteps and stuff in some sections. Bearsuit, you have to burn the 4 bodies that are of people that were hung. You think there's 4 of them. Oh, cool. And they're in chapter 4, are they? Yep, in chapter 4? Cool. Alright, so according to the guide I'm looking at, that's the last key that we find in chapter 3. Alright, so I've already showcased the environment in this first part here, and in that building there, and also in that building on here. So now we're going to do the same in this sort of courtyard area. Okay, so this is one of your favorite areas of the game. Cool. Yeah, I like a lot of the architecture and stuff in this part, and of course it's very reminiscent of the village in Resident Evil 4, which I like that kind of DNA as well that's inside of it. Alright, Seb, let's synchronize this viewpoint. Cool, get a bit of a bird's eye view of other stuff around. I'm in a bear suit, don't forget the leap of faith. That enemy that falls from the top of this did a leap of fail. That's what I like about this game too. There's no fall damage. And he lands with a roll. Very well done. Unfortunately, there's no hay stacks. There's some hay bales, but I don't think landing in them would soften any kind of blow. That's something I haven't done. Let's see what Seb does as his idle animation when he's holding a torch. Nothing special. With the lantern, he sort of like looks left and right and moves it around. Nap. What's up, Doc? Bleep bleep, that's all, folks. Also, while I'm thinking about it, let's see what idle animations Sebastian does when we have the agony crossbow equipped. Okay, he does nothing. How about the shotgun? Oh. So the only thing he really does is with the handgun, he does an idle animation. Bear suit. Oh, my browser's being a pain. Shotgun, he just kind of curls the fingers on his right hand, it looks like. Yeah, like a more of a subtle thing. Whereas with the handgun, it's a bit more. You tell he's doing something, you know, like in a big sweeping gesture. Crooked, you're going to pack some things for the weekend and take the doggo out, so you'll be lurking for a bit. Oh yeah, there's no worries at all, Senny. I remember you saying that you won't be, like you'll be going away on the weekend. There's definitely no trouble at all, dude. Thank you so much again for the raid, and I really hope that your packing goes well, and that Nalu and yourself, and if Levy goes for a walk too, hopefully you all enjoy. Thank you for leaving the lurk. Bearsuit, you wonder if the Magnum will use the handgun idle animation or not. Now that's a good point. Bearsuit, yeah. I'll definitely, when I get it, see if there's anything different. Because it'd be cool if there was. Oh, no worries at all, Senny. No problemo, dude. He's watching. We can't leave. He sees you. Bearsuit, I think you can interact with the writing on the wall, you believe. It reminds you of how they do that in Resident Evil. Oh, cool. Oh, you can, yeah. He's watching. We can't leave. There we go, and that's what those dart harpoon things come out of when you activate the trap. Basically, like when Leon interacts with the village's old soup in Resident Evil 4. I don't know if I have seen that or not, come to think of it. Is it? Maybe you imagined it. Oh no, I can't remember because I was trying to think about the locations that you can visit, and especially in the village parts, and what you look into. Like I remember those big vats of stuff that you look into. All right, so need to go into this part now, and there's a cutscene with Marcello that will actually happen.
How did you get it open so quickly?
You're welcome to give it a try.
Please, time is of the essence. It is imperative we find Leslie before anything should happen to him.
How did I open it so quickly? Marcello, I've been on this part for probably an hour now. That wasn't quick. Medical kit. The large syringe in this medical kit provides major health restoration, but with temporary side effects. There are a limited number of them, but they also increase health a little with each use. So when you use these things, Sebastian gets a bit disoriented, and it gets reflected in the way that the camera moves and everything like that. And it leaves you vulnerable to being attacked by enemies. So it's probably best to use it when you know that there aren't any enemies nearby. What are you staring at, Marcello?
Experiment number 4. Subject numbers 4 through 13. Brainwave activity diminished, but synchronization achieved. Subjects should begin experiencing a shared consciousness. Previous trials indicated rapid deterioration of consciousness. Their minds became an exquisite mass, an amalgam of mental carrion. I'll have to connect myself if I want to experience their terror before it diminishes.
There we go. That is the voice of Ruvik, played by Jackie Earle Haley. And with that collected, that should be the last thing in Chapter 3 to collect. Yep, so the Claws of the Horde. And the keys, I've gotten all of them in Chapter 3 now.
Great. There's gotta be something that'll get through this. Maybe a chainsaw or something. better hold on to this.
Chainsaw. The motherfucking chainsaw. What? A chainsaw. The teeth of this old, well-worn chainsaw are caked with all sorts of things.
Wait! Over here! Wait, officer. You must take me with you.
Detective Castellanos.
Leslie should be just ahead. It is imperative that we find him.
Alright, so we make a save. So when I saved it last, it was 2 hours and 29 minutes into the playthrough. Now, 4 hours and 23. So damn, that was more than an hour. More than an hour and a half. Okay, so since we've finished chapter 3, I'm going to go back to the menu. And we're going to go into the model viewer and we're going to have a look at character models of things that we just experienced or saw in that chapter. Alright, so we saw Ruvik at the end of that chapter there. Ruvik, Ruben Victoriano. Height 5 feet 10 inches, 178 centimeters. Weight 157 pounds, 71 kilograms. Age 37 at time of disappearance. Cut off from the outside world, Ruvik continued his research alone until, one day, a fire broke out in his basement laboratory. His body was never found among the smouldering remains of his once proud mansion. So the sadist we've already seen in the first chapter. Covered the haunted animals. Well, we saw a pig. Birds, livestock, and other living creatures not turned into monsters are almost certainly the remnants of memories of subjects connected to the stem. Grenade. We found one of those in the chapter. A valuable weapon when in a tight spot facing a group of enemies. Lack of care can kill you just as easily as any monster. Shotgun. A shotgun designed over 100 years ago. It still performs today, but when discharged, the slide thrusts out the back of the receiver, often injuring operators who are not used to it. Agony crossbow. A powerful, specially crafted crossbow. The way that it uses trapped warheads means that it was probably created by Ruvik. Alrighty then, so this is actually where I'm going to call it a stream for The Evil Within. Doing 3 chapters, given the time I'm taking to show things off, definitely is a good amount for this first stream session. And I don't know if I can keep up 3 chapters per stream, but we'll see how we go. But in any case, this is where I'm going to call it for my first stream of this playthrough. And I just want to thank everyone so much for watching. I really appreciate it. The next stream that you'll see from me will be Splinter Cell Pandora tomorrow. I'll be finishing off my carry challenge that I've been doing for that, where at the start of every level, the first enemy that I encounter, I have to knock or kill them out and then carry their body all the way through to the end of the level, or to the next section where you can't carry enemies beyond, and then if there's a section that I can't carry the enemy beyond, I then have to get to the next section and then knock out or kill the next available enemy and carry their body through. I'm allowed to put it on the ground to do other stuff, but I need to make sure that I pick the same enemy body up and then carry it through. So just a bit of a fun meme challenge, because I did a playthrough of Splinter Cell 1 with a stealth challenge where if I got detected fully, I had to restart the game from, restart the mission from the start. and that was very time consuming and took a lot. So I wanted to do something that was a bit more of a relaxed kind of challenge with the sequel. So I've only got 2 missions left in Splinter Cell Pandora tomorrow. So if you see me streaming that game, then you know I'm still working on finishing the playthrough off. But if you see me streaming Chaos Theory, the next one after that, then you know I've finished Pandora tomorrow. But I just want to thank again everyone for watching. And before I end the stream, I just want to give out some shout outs. Thanks for redeeming that Bane impression, James.
It's funny, huh? How the things ends up. Funny? Nah, you're a fucking sociopathic bitch. Yeah, I know. Love you too, B-Man.
Thanks for redeeming that. Thanks for the stream, Rod. It was hella fun. Oh yeah, that's no problem at all, James. Absolutely no trouble at all. Hello there, Lucas. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda, who is doing a playthrough of The Last of Us, her annual playthrough of that. Crocodiles is playing through Pharaoh, A New Era. I'm in a Bear Suit is playing through The Evil Within as well. He does various kinds of challenge runs with it. Permadeath mode on Akumu difficulty, to name one of them, as well as playing through on Akumu and doing no upgrades and stuff. Also, definitely recommend checking out Enmita, who is doing a playthrough of Ghost of Tsushima, but also Shadow of the Tomb Raider as well. And Lidus is playing a lot of retro games. He's a big fan of Mortal Kombat, doing Mortal Kombat 2, as well as other other fighting game franchises like Street Fighter. And Newtnut is doing runs of the Splinter Cell series. He's a speedrunner of those games, and he's doing Splinter Cell Chaos Theory at the moment. So highly recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. And also would like to give a shout out to AC, who has been doing 7 Days to Die. So highly recommend checking out all those streamers if you haven't before. Bearsuit, thanks Rod for the stream. Great to see you play this on the 10th anniversary. Oh, no trouble at all. Absolutely. Yeah, I've been looking forward to doing a playthrough of this again. I was looking at my last save file and when the last time was I played the game, and it was over a year ago, because I didn't do a playthrough in October last year, but it's good to get back to it. Hey there, Ronan. Nice one. Nice emote there. Okay, so we're going to go and raid out to Queen of Skeletons. Queen of Skeletons, she's a great streamer. She's playing through Veritas, is a big fan of the horror genre, so plays a lot of horror games. And this one, by the looks of it, looks like a retro-style top-down perspective dungeon crawler, I think, as well. So we'll go and raid out to Queen of Skeletons. Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to copy and paste. And there's a raid message that subscribers can copy and paste. And let's kick off the raid. So the current schedule, Monday through to Thursdays, is Assassin's Creed streams, doing my annual playthrough of Assassin's Creed Valhalla at the moment. Fridays, of course, is The Evil Within. And on the weekends, it's the Splinter Cell series, doing my annual series run of that. Currently on Splinter Cell Pandora tomorrow, but I've only got 2 missions left, so I'll be finishing that game tomorrow and starting the sequel to that, Chaos Theory, as well, doing a pacifist challenge with Chaos Theory. So there's the current schedule. Thanks again, everyone, for watching. I hope everyone has a good day or night, whichever the case may be, and a great weekend as well. Catch you next time.